chicken bowl.
I got my heart locked away in the dark, got it locked behind bars, no one ever gonna find it. I got the key on a chain in a far, far away land, a guard keeps watch over it. I thought love was a cruel game, a little cut and it leaves an open wound. People say it is heaven's way, well I never believed it until I found you. I'm trapped under your spell, I think I like it. Your voice, my melody, I think I love it. I wanna sing it loud. Ooh, 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 ooh. I wanna sing it loud. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me sing it now. I'm running free, I as a bird, got the wind in my hair, and my body feels light as a feather. My days are full up with the colors of you, and the night with a view of the sky full of stars. I thought love was a cruel game.
looks like he's going pretty fast.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like, was he holding a 30 there at a 143, 144, kind of floating around there at about a 143 to 145. Not too bad. Looks like we also have some data here from Brian Sermon, also at a 30. That kind of seems to be where everybody's hanging out that we can see, 29, 30. See if they can maintain that for the entire 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting data from Nathan Schuett also. It looks like he's going pretty fast in terms of his pace, as well as how hard he's pushing that machine. He's a former collegiate rower. He rowed at Stanford, and he's got 4 kids at home. And it looks to me like he's in his basement. So he's getting away, getting a load off, getting away from the kids for a minute here to compete in this event this morning.
And let's see, who do we have here with no erg data? Ira Lynch down here. Looks like he could be in some kind of office or something there as well. It's hard to tell exactly where he is erging from today. But let's see. Ira Lynch, we don't seem to have a lot of information on him, but this could be kind of interesting too. We might have some dark horses if we don't have any data coming up from some of these people. So it'd be interesting to see at the end what happens.
Yeah, so Craig at the top left. Craig is from Connellsville, Pennsylvania, and he began rowing last year after being a distance runner. So a transition certainly from distance running to rowing, especially a 5-minute piece, pretty much a sprint. So very different in terms of his physical output for what he's doing here on the erg for 5 minutes. And his pace looks pretty high. We don't have data, but if I had to guess, I'd say he's over 30 strokes a minute there, Craig in the top left.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Brian Sermon, is he in a library? We do have data for him at a 30, floating around again at a 145 here, but it looks like he's in some kind of library here. And we don't have a lot of information on him, but this sure looks like an interesting setting to do an erg piece.
Yeah, and somewhere in Princeton, and it looks like a lot of thick, maybe art type table books. And he is really pushing it there at a 145 pace. So these guys really going at it. Looking down at Nathan, he's still holding a very fast pace, 140. And all these guys just continuing to kind of settle in as they get into the last 40 seconds of the race, trying to push out as many meters as they possibly can in 5 minutes. That's the goal today.
Yeah, I don't think we actually mentioned that, did we? That it was actually the goal to get the most meters here out of these 5 minutes.
That's right. And doing it from all over the place. We're seeing some grimaces on the faces as they start to really sprint and finish and see how many meters they can get in the last 10 or so strokes on their rowing machines.
Yeah, not too bad. Looks like data that we do have, which isn't much. People are starting to pick up the pace just a little bit, seeing some stroke rate 31s here. There we go.
Congratulations, competitors. Awesome job. Competitors, go ahead, take a second or two to catch your breath. I am going to individually take you guys off mute and ask you for your meters in just a few seconds. So again, catch your breath, get some water. Great job. Ooh, and we have a visitor too. Robert has a visitor with us.
Couple of
visitors. When you have
they were there cheering on Dad.
A couple of them. That's great. Craig, when you have a chance, can you go ahead and read me your meters rowed?
1479.
1479. Awesome. Thank you, Craig. Brian Sermon, can you go ahead and read me your meters rowed?
It's 1429.
1429. Awesome. Thank you, Brian. I'm slowly working through you guys. Ooh, hold on one second. Okay, we're going to go to John Mayer down in the corner. John, what did you row?
1572.
Say that one more time for me.
1572.
1572. Awesome job. All right, Nathan, shoot. How about you? How many meters did you row?
1534.
1534, fantastic. Robert and friends, how about you?
I was also 1534.
1534, awesome. Right next to each other too. How funny. Ira, how about you?
1301.
1301. And then I don't see Kale right now. I know Kale was rowing, but he went off the screen. So spectators and competitors, what's going to happen next is I'm going to post your results on the Regatta Central results tab. I am waiting on a few people. If their videos went out, they will send that to me. So please give it a few minutes. Other than that, congratulations. You guys had a great race, and check that results tab in just a few minutes for real-time data. Thank you.
Can you still see me? Can you hear me?
They're cheering on Dad.
I made it. Can you still see me?
Do we need to show our screens or are we good to
Shoot.
Let's get got the money. How about push one? Two over and then red
Yeah, we did
maps.
I know.
Even the announcers are on time.
Yeah, that's okay.
1534.
Yeah. You, I think the different workouts coming up.
We have 1 minute to go before we race time. We have 30 seconds to go, starting the clock now. Ten seconds to go.
All right, here we go. Second event of our day of this U.S. Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Everybody taking some short high strokes to get the wheels turning on the ergs. Looks like we've got 4 videos here and a couple, maybe 3 people inside homes, it looks like. Looks like Patrick Rufo of Fairmont is outside somewhere in Philadelphia. I looked it up. It's about 63 degrees, so he's probably enjoying a pretty nice morning there in the Philadelphia area to be rowing outside. And everybody really pushing it. Looks like we do have some erg data from the 2 rowers from Oklahoma City. That's Benjamin Boehm and Sean Cook on the left side of the screen. And they're both pushing it very hard. Benjamin there at about 141 and Sean right at 141 as well. So they can kind of really push it against each other. This is the Masters C event. So these men are ages 43 to 49. And it does look like we may have 2 additional competitors not on the screen. John Regner, who is a captain with the Oceanside Fire Department in San Diego County, and Daniel Amato, who is a UMass Amherst alum. But we've got 4 videos on the screen in this Masters C men's race. It's a 5-minute piece, rowing against the clock, and they're trying to rack up as many meters in 5 minutes as they can. Raul Torres there is in Texas. He's in Tyler, Texas. Looks like he might be in his house, but there's some other ergs there, so maybe it's a makeshift erg room as he's trying to get a rowing club going in Tyler, Texas with that red unisuit. And we're coming up on 2 minutes into the piece, so we're approaching the halfway point. Looks like all 4 gentlemen on the screen are really finding their rhythm. And it's a matter of kind of holding that rhythm, trying to see if they can keep the clocks or the strokes per minute, everything sort of pretty well steady until they approach sort of the end of the race. And we'll see how things change from the data that we're getting as they get into that last minute of the race. But we're approaching the halfway point. Benjamin Boehm and Sean Cook of Oklahoma City River Sport. And Ben he's a colonel in the Air Force, and he's won 22 medals at the U.S. Rowing Masters National Championships. So he spends a lot of time in boats, obviously, given our altered landscape as humans living on the earth right now. He's on the erg machine, and he's pushing it at 142 for 500 meters. That is a very fast pace. We'll see if he can keep it going at 34 strokes a minute. And his teammate Sean Cook at 35 strokes a minute, just below him on the screen. Patrick Rufo still outside there, enjoying the beginning of fall in Philadelphia. And it looks like Whitney's here. Whitney, we've got 4 gentlemen on the screen in this Masters C event, and we're approaching 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry there. Had a minute of some token issues there. I forgot to refresh my screen before I got in, so that was my fault. technical difficulty there. Patrick Rufo is actually an old friend of mine there. He is a very good coach and sculler out in Philadelphia, so it's kind of fun to see him competing. Sean Cook, I'm not too familiar with, but looks like he's going pretty hard here to 34, 147. Benjamin,
yeah, hitting that last minute, starting to
136.
see it ramp up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Benjamin Boehm, he was at 37, 38 strokes a minute when it hit a minute to go. So they're really trying to squeeze in as many meters as they possibly can here in the last minute of the race. 40 seconds left, and that's the name of the game here. How many meters can you push that ergometer in 5 minutes? Looks like Ben's got some stuff on the walls there. I can't quite read it, but it looks like he's really made a living room or a room in his house into an event space for this.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, trying to pull that up and see what was on his wall. But it looks like he's given himself a little room there.
All right, last couple of seconds, squeezing it out, finishing it off. And that's it for the men's Masters C race.
Competitors, great job. Go ahead and take 30 seconds or so, catch your breath. I'm going to take you guys off mute, and then if you can report your meters to me, that would be great. So Patrick Rufo, if you have a second, go ahead and read me your meters.
1569.
1569, awesome job. Benjamin Boehm, if you can go ahead and read me your meters as well.
1480.
1480, fantastic. Thank you so much. Sean Cook, if you can go ahead and read me your meters.
1441.
1441, fantastic. And Raul Torres, if you can go ahead and read me your meters.
1388.
1388, fantastic. If you guys can all go ahead and show your screens with your computer or your video camera, phone, whatever it may be. Fantastic. Patrick, all set. Benjamin, all set. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you guys for competing with us. Go ahead and check the Regatta Central Live results, and congratulations, and have a good rest of your day.
That good for me?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, Sean.
Thank you, Ben. You too. Good job, guys. Thank you,
Yeah,
bro.
you too. Congratulations.
Oh, gosh. Legs. Where's that phone at?
Good morning and welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Congratulations on finishing within the top 10 of the 10-minute challenge and competing here today. I do have a few notes that I want to go over with you guys before we get started. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go, and with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock. You will hear a beep for each of those 30 seconds, and with 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you will see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to the Regatta Central Live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for the spectators who are currently watching this live stream. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you cannot hear them. Again, this is for the spectators so they can hear all about your backgrounds. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, go ahead and wait on your erg. You will then be asked by me to individually read your meters. Then once everyone has read their meters, I will ask for you guys to show me your screens and say, competitors, please show me your screens. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank and you lose access to the Regatta Central Live platform, please do keep rowing. At the end of your 5-minute piece, you can go ahead and email me, sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org, and with your completed meters and screenshot of your monitor. At this point in time, I'm going to keep you guys on mute. Go ahead and get warmed up. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and we can adjust, but then you will hear from us with the 1 minute to go announcement. Good luck. We have 1 minute to go. We have 30 seconds until race time. I'm starting the clock now. We have 10 seconds to go.
All right, here they go, Whitney. This is our third race of the day. It's a men's masters D category, so ages 50 to 54 are these 5 men on the screen, and everybody sort of taking some short strokes, getting the wheels churning, and then they'll probably settle into a pace that's a little bit more manageable. A 5-minute piece, trying to see how many times they can spin that wheel.
Yeah, I actually quite like this category. I think it's kind of a fun category because a lot of times you have guys that are either getting back into rowing that haven't been rowing in quite a while, or you have guys that kind of just start up, Or you have these guys that are coming in that have so many meters and so many years of rowing under their belt that they come in and they're just really, really good competitors. So it's kind of fun to see this mix of types of guys that come in. And I think that we can really see that even in guys like Kevin Elwood, where it looks like he is a 2-time Ironman as well. So clearly a pretty solid athlete there. I'm an Ironman myself, so I certainly relate to the amount of work that goes into this. But it looks like he was a gold all-world athlete only 2 years ago. So this guy clearly puts in meters and time, biking, running, Crash B World Sprints, Indoor Championship. Let's see, he got 9th place there. So this guy clearly put some work in. I kind of have my eye on him, but I'm curious to see who else can kind of pull up close to him here. It looks like Carlos is still up pretty high there. He's really going for it. But what else are you seeing here? Because this looks pretty good.
Carlos Retegui from Lake Merritt in Oakland, California. He's got a pretty big background here also in this age group, winning Crash Bs and winning the British Virtual Rowing Championship for a lightweight men's Master D. So even an experienced virtual racer in this world that we're now in is Carlos Retegui in sort of the center of the screen. It looks like we've got all 5 of these gentlemen rowing from the comfort of their own homes, in basements, maybe garages, or in bedrooms. And that's sort of the beauty of this, is you can wake up, not even have to leave your house, and you can compete against other individuals of your age group as we hit the halfway point.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have David down here on the bottom cruising here at a 31, about a 155. Looks like he's dropped quite a few splits there as he kind of starts to ramp it up for the last 2 minutes or so. So let's see if he can hold on to this.
Yeah, when David finishes, it looks like there's a Simpsons pinball machine next to him. He might get over to that when he's done. We also in this race have Fred Fry from Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas, up in the top right screen. And bottom left looks like either in a basement or an attic is Keith Thompson. And he is really rowing at a high pace, Whitney. And we don't have data on him, but I can see that his pace is very high.
Right. I was just looking at that, and yeah, those nice striped shorts he's got going there. That's pretty interesting. Let's see, though, how he maintains this pace. I'm curious. It looks like Kevin Elwood also still really going for it. A little bit shorter, but pretty high on the stroke rate. Carlos looks like he's still cruising. He's making this look easy. So, I don't know. This might be a tight one.
Yeah, Carlos really pushing it there in the center of the screen. You can see that he's really pushing his legs into that erg to try to get that handle into his chest and then kind of recock for the next stroke. Coming up on a minute left. So we'll see at the end of this. We're getting data from David at the bottom. He's still below 2 minutes for 500 meters. That's his split time, so that's a good split time. But it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out. Not getting data, but seeing how these rowers are pushing it out on the machine and what types of paces they're keeping up. Kevin Elwood starting his sprint, and you can see a grimace on some of these gentlemen's faces as they start to finish up.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Carlos might be starting to hurt a little bit. Lake Merritt here in Northern California is pretty well known for having a lot of solid athletes. So he's definitely training in a place where he's going to be surrounded by some pretty good guys. So this should be pretty interesting. Yeah, it does look like the pain is starting to set in a little bit, last 15 or so seconds.
Us being two coxswains, David's bio says that his daughter got him into rowing. She's a coxswain on the Virginia Commonwealth University team. So he's pushing it here against these other 4 gentlemen on the screen, and that's it.
Rowers, great job. Congratulations. Go ahead and catch your breath for a second. I'm going to take you guys off mute, and I'll ask you individually for your meters rowed. I can hear some heavy breathing over there. All right, Kevin Elwood, can you go ahead and read me your meters, please?
2,300. Just kidding. 1,517.
I love it, Kevin. You almost shocked the world. That was fantastic. Carlos, go ahead and read your meters.
1521.
Say that one more time.
1521.
1521. Thank you, Carlos. Fred, if you can go ahead and read your meters.
1565.
1565.
1565.
Great. Thank you, Fred. David, if you can go ahead and read your meters.
1304.
1304. Awesome. Thank you, David. And Keith, if you can go ahead and read your meters.
1564.
1564. Thank you, Keith. Rowers, if you can go ahead and show me your screens once you can. It looks like David has a little help. I love it. A little coxswain there. Perfect. Fantastic. David, thank you. Keith, thank you. Carlos, thank you. Fred and Kevin, awesome. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations in competing. Go ahead and look for your results on the Regatta's Central Results tab. And congratulations again. Have a good day, guys. Thank you. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Congratulations on finishing within the top 10 of the 10-minute challenge and competing here today. Before we get started, I'm going to go over a few notes. We are currently 5 minutes from the start of the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you will hear a beep for each of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we have 10 seconds to go, and you will continue to see the countdown, ending with 3, 2, 1, and go. At go, you will see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At this point, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to this Regatta Central live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are currently watching you guys on the live stream. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you cannot personally hear them. Again, this is for the spectators who are watching and enjoying you guys. Once you finish your 5-minute piece, go ahead and please wait on your erg. You will then be asked by me to individually read your meters. At the end, I will say, competitors, please show me your screen, and each person will direct their camera, video camera, towards the erg monitors. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank and you lose access to the Regatta Central live platform, sorry, I'm going to mute you right now. If you do lose access for whatever reason, go ahead and keep rowing. At the end of your piece, you can go ahead and email me, sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org, and you'll email me your meters and a screenshot of your monitor so we can get those results recorded. At this point in time, I'm going to mute everyone while a few other people trickle in. If you do have a quick question, go ahead and raise your hand and we can address them as needed, but otherwise we will start on time. Good luck today. James, did you have a question?
No, I was just waving.
You're just waving. Awesome. Hello. Good morning, everyone. We have 1 minute to go until race time. We are 30 seconds away from race time. I'm going to go ahead and start the clock. We are 10 seconds away from race time. Good luck, competitors.
All right, Whitney, here we go. This is the men's masters E category. So these men are ages 55 to 59. As they start spinning the wheels, looks like we've got 4 videos. And top left, we've got Steve Schinder. This is actually an international race officially because Steve is from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, in the very top left. And then we've got 3 screens down in your bottom right, Dan Tamburo, who's in Raleigh, North Carolina, Patrick Wetzel, who's in, looks like a boiler room in New York City, and James Thurman there in the bottom right.
And is it looking like Patrick's having a little bit of trouble getting started here? I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah,
in
he's not
his
rowing
boiler
yet.
room.
So we'll see what happens with Patrick there. And it looks like Dan's got a coxswain in his room, maybe a partner who might potentially be a competitor in a later race. There, it looks like maybe in a living room or an office room in Raleigh, North Carolina. And we've got a good view from underneath the handle of Steve Schinder up there in the top left in Montreal.
Yeah, I was going to say we have some very creative staging on this one. A lot of different angles on the erg here. Looks like, where is James here? A garage, maybe?
Yeah, maybe a garage.
There.
Might
Garage.
be like an extra fridge because it looks like there's a shelf that so it's probably not a kitchen.
Right. He's ready to hydrate it as soon as this is over. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like we don't have too much data here. Maybe a little bit from Daniel. He's at a 33, 34, pulling a 150 or so. I'd be curious to see if he holds on to that and drops it down a little bit, as we've seen a lot of these competitors do in the last minute or two. So, and it looks like Patrick has gotten started there as well.
According to Dan's bio, he's new to rowing, and we've seen that quite a bit already in these first 4 or 5 events today. We've seen a lot of new rowers, and we've seen a lot of very experienced rowers. It says Dan's from Cary, North Carolina, and he's also a beekeeper in his spare time, so taking up rowing as an additional hobby. We do have all four gentlemen going now on these 4 screens, and we're not getting data, but we're seeing effort. You know, we can see Steve's camera from underneath when he goes up to the catch to take each stroke. We can see a little grimace and maybe an exhale from him. But everyone going here past the halfway point now, trying to get as many meters as they can in 5 minutes.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. It's hard to see kind of where Steve is. He's very mysterious over there in the dark. All we see is his handle kind of coming and going in and out of the erg there. But it looks like, yeah, Daniel still at a 34 there, 36 even. Really going for it. Some people go for rate, some people go for power, a little bit longer, a little bit lower, I should say. So it's kind of interesting to see how these guys approach this.
Yeah, without question. With the Dan's new to rowing, and he's going after that high rating, and he's sticking with it, and it's working for him.
Yeah, it seems to be. Certainly fairly consistent there. So 33, 157, still going strong there, pretty consistent.
Sometimes we see some race plans, and we can sort of glean them from these personal cameras at home. You know, you see them go pretty fast off the start and then kind of settle in, or just continue. You know, it's 5 minutes as hard as you can go. So some of these gentlemen in these races have just been going really high, really hard, and just kind of hanging on and going as hard as they possibly can, as fast as they can, with a minute left here in this Masters E category.
Yeah, it looks like James might be hurting a little bit, adding a little bit more power, a little bit more press down there in the corner. You can see it on his face. He's starting to go for it a little bit in the last 30 seconds or so, but hard to tell who's in the lead here since we just don't have that kind of data. So I'm curious about this one.
I am too. James, his bio says that he's an at-home rower on an erg. So James is not necessarily one of these guys who's going to transition and go get out into a boat. But for these gentlemen that are starting rowing, it's probably a much more forgiving platform to be here virtually on an erg than in a single scull as they finish up.
Rowers, congratulations. Awesome job. I think we have Patrick finishing up. He started a little bit later. But rowers, the ones that have finished, I'm going to ask you individually for your meters rowed. So catch your breath for a minute. Steve looks like he He really pushed it hard. So I'm going to go ahead and take you off mute and ask you for your meters.
Hey.
Steve Schinder, I'm going to start with you. If you can read me your meters, please.
1304.
1304. Congratulations. Thank you.
You want to see it?
Not quite yet. I'll ask you in 1 second. Thank you, though. Daniel Tamburo, I'm going to go to you next. If you can read me your meters.
1312.
1312. Awesome job. Thank you so much. James Thurman, you're up next. What are your meters?
1,226.
1,226. It is a little unfair of me to ask you guys for your meters immediately after pushing that hard, so thank you. And Patrick is still finishing up. Awesome job by Patrick. That's another great thing about this system right here is that it is not tied to your data, so we can take advantage of where everyone is at and compete together. Does look like he froze. Everyone else, if you, Daniel, James, and Steve, if you guys can go ahead and show me your screens, that would be awesome. Fantastic. Daniel, thank you. Steve, thank you. James is getting there. Perfect. Thank you, James. Awesome. So you guys can go ahead and look at the results on the Regatta Central tab on the 5-minute challenge page. Since there are some people who either had trouble connecting or got off their video kind of like Patrick a little too soon, which is totally fine. Please wait for me to update everyone as they come to my email. But other than that, congratulations. You guys did a fantastic job and have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Congratulations to you all for competing and finishing within the top 10 in the 10-minute challenge and competing in the 5-minute challenge here today. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock. You will hear a beep for each of those 30 seconds. And with 10 seconds to go, I will say we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to hear the countdown, ending with who are watching you guys in real time right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you cannot hear them, as this is for the spectator experience. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, wait on your erg. You will then be asked individually to read out your meters by me. Once everyone has read their meters, I will then ask you guys to position your camera towards your erg monitor so we can double check that. If for whatever reason your video does go down, please keep rowing. At the end of your 5-minute piece, you can send me an email to sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org, and I will be sure to make sure your results are included on the webpage. At this point in time, I'm going to mute everyone. If you do have a quick question, go ahead and raise your hand, but we will start on time. Thank you. Competitors, we have 1 minute to go.
All right, Whitney, getting ready to go for this one. We'll let Sarah give them the countdown, but this is the F through K combined men's masters race. To make it more exciting, we've got almost a full screen here of rowers.
Awesome. And on that note, we are 30 seconds to go, so I'm going to go ahead and start that clock. We have 10 seconds to go.
All right, here they go. Men's Masters F through K. So that is categories F, G, H, I, J, and K. So we have athletes as young as 62 and as old as 85 in this sort of veteran race that we've got kicked off. Everybody kind of getting the wheels spinning, getting the handles moving. And we've got some data here, so that's going to be helpful as we go along. But you can see that we have, I guess, 6 screens, and a 7th competitor. Looks like Ned Harris is competing. We just don't see his video at the moment, Whitney.
Yeah, and you know what? I have to say, I am already really impressed at some of this data. I mean, look at Luther Jones down here. He's at a 28:29, pulling a 1:45, 1:46. I know we're just a minute in, but my gosh, if he can hold on to something like this, this is pretty impressive. As well as Brian.
Right. Yeah, amazing. 72 years of age. He's a former Penn and Vesper rower, so a lot of rowing under Luther Jones's belt, and he's showing it. I mean, you're right, 1:45 pace early on here, about a minute and a half in, but he seems to be maintaining it.
Yeah, and his rating isn't even too high. So he's probably used to duking it out a little bit on the Schuylkill over there against Penn AC and some of those other rival clubs that are out there on Boathouse Row. So really beautiful place to row out there in Vesper. So sounds like he is definitely a Philly guy out there. They have some really nice rowing out there. Looks like Brian, we also have a little bit of data over there, also doing a pretty good job here. 30-31 at a 1:46. These guys are going for it.
Yeah, without question. So Brian Elwell is from Greater Miami Crew in Hamilton, Ohio, and just to his right on our screen, Dan Thompson appears to be his teammate. So maybe they've got a little rivalry going from their homes through our virtual Regatta Central platform this morning in this Masters F through K race. Top left of your screen is Paul Seibach, and he is from Chinook in Maryland. He rows for Chinook and for Occoquan Boat Club, and is mostly a sweep rower. So he says, that you can see his starboard lean while he's erging. So he's used to being in those sweep boats, and it looks like he's in his basement this morning.
It does, and I do think I see a little bit of that. Obviously, at this angle, it's not the easiest to see, but you do get that with these sweep rowers sometimes. They're a little crooked, a little off to one side when they get on the erg.
Robert Lee, top right, is from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and he looks like he's got a heart monitor on, so a guy who is definitely still very much into fitness in the I category. And then at the bottom of the screen in the center is William Hoskin, and William Hoskin is 83 years of age, and he is going at it in what looks like a home gym there with maybe like a yoga mat or a mat for weights. And we've got some data on him, and William is at 26, 27 strokes a minute at 83 years of age, with a minute and a half left here in this race.
Yeah, I'm impressed here. Luther Jones, again, still really going for it. Maybe slid back a teeny bit on some of those splits, but his rate's pretty low too. So I don't know. He's still going for it. Brian Elwell over there, 32, still at a 1:47. Paul up in the corner there, doesn't look like he's slowing down. Robert Lee, same thing. These guys are going for it. This is one of the best races I think we've seen. These guys are they're hauling.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of one of those things, if you let your eyes space out and you look at the screen, all you see are back and forth bodies. They're really pushing it on the ergometer this morning, coming up on 40 seconds left in this 5-minute piece, trying to spin the erg, trying to capture as many meters as they possibly can. Looking at Dan Thompson, he's grimacing a little bit at the catch there. He's trying to keep up with his teammate Brian Elwell on the screen. Everybody really taking up the stroke rating. You can see the bodies moving quicker, Whitney, as they come into the last 20 seconds.
Absolutely. It looks like we see a lot of experience here. These guys are starting to ramp it up a little bit. They've been pretty steady through the entire thing. This one could be close.
Yeah, we'll see how it shapes up. Last couple of strokes. We'll see if they go a little short to just finish it up, keep that wheel spinning. Great race.
Rowers, congratulations. Awesome job. Awesome job. I'm going to give you guys a few seconds to catch your breath, and then I will individually take you guys off mute and ask for you to tell me your meters that you rode in that 5-minute period. And then I will ask for everybody to show me their erg monitors. So Paul, you are the first lucky one, so I hope you have a second to catch your breath. But if you can read me, Paul Seebeck, if you can read me your meters.
1440.
1440. Fantastic. Great job. Thank you, Paul. We are moving on to Brian Elwell. If you can go ahead and read me your meters.
1421.
1421. Very close race. Very close. Dan Thompson, if you can go ahead and read me your meters.
Yeah, 1281.
1281. Fantastic. Thank you, Dan. Sorry. Luther Jones, you're next. If you can read me your meters.
1380.
1380. Fantastic. Thank you, Luther. William Hoskin, if you can read me your meters.
1148.
1148. Awesome. Thank you, William. Robert Lee, if you can read me your meters.
1406.
1406. Fantastic. And then Ned Harris, I cannot see you. I'm not sure if you can see me. If you do see me, can you read me your meters? It sounds like you can't see me either. That is totally fine. So rowers, if you guys can go ahead and take this time to show me your monitors. From here, I'm going to wait and see what comes through my email of who rowed and who reported their screenshots, and then I will post the results. Fantastic. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Luther. Thank you, Brian. Fantastic. Robert, thank you. We are all set. So go ahead, go to the Regatta Central Results tab on the 5-minute page. Otherwise, you guys did a fantastic job, and I will update those results as they finish by the end of the day. Congratulations, guys. Have a good weekend. Competitors, I'm just giving it a few, about 1 extra minute. We're waiting on our live. And I just got word, actually, we are officially live. So I'm going to go ahead and call it. We have 1 minute to go. We have 30 seconds to go. I'm going to go ahead and start your clock. We have 10 seconds to go.
All right, Whitney, they're off. This is the Women's Masters AB combined race. So we have women competitors as young as 30 and as old as 41. Looks like we've got a full screen here, so this is going to be exciting for us to be able to check in with all 6 of the rowers on the screen in this first women's race of the day.
And not only that, but it looks like we have a lot of data to pick from and a lot of experience. I mean, if you look at women, I think it was Morgan here, talk about competing in some of these indoor championships. I mean, these women have done some really incredible things. So it looks like Morgan alone just discovered indoor rowing in 2016. She did 2017 World Games, 2019 World Games, and U.S. National 2019 World Urban Games in Budapest, Hungary. I mean, the accolades go on and on for these women. So this could be a really tight race.
Yeah, Morgan says she's never been on the water and she might fall in if she gets in a single scull, but she definitely has some experience on the erg, as do a lot of these women. And we see the bottom 2 on the right are in gyms, and one of the things that we've noticed quite a bit of is CrossFit and cross training gyms really pushing people into enjoying the erg and wanting to compete. It looks like we've got some spectators and some people performing workouts on their own as we're a minute and a half in. Caroline, top left, she is from New Zealand. She's wearing that Kiwi unisuit, the black and the white of New Zealand up in the top left. Looks like she's in a pretty big gym there, but everybody going after it like we've seen in these races so far this morning, Whitney.
I mean, look at this. Look at Jordan down here at a stroke rate 30 at a 143. She's a 143, 144. I mean, she is hauling butt in that gym.
Going after it like
let's see what else we have here. 29. Elizabeth McCann here, rate 29, 150. These women are no joke.
Yeah, Elizabeth McCann, she rose for, looks like TRI in Boston, and she was showing us, I think she might have a coxswain possibly on FaceTime or something. She was showing us her phone earlier, somebody on video helping her out. And to her right on the screen is Anna Liberovsky. She actually coaches the Southern California men, and she is sometimes a coxswain, but today she's competing on the erg. Looks like she's got a coxswain behind her as well. So it's just so interesting to see these setups in this virtual situation. Victoria Brown, bottom left, looks like she's in a garage. Literally see the car behind her, but everybody's still pushing it a little bit past halfway.
And it looks like Victoria Brown here got into Masters Rowing in about 2014 and already became an assistant referee. And I know, knowing some of these referees for US Rowing here, it's quite a process to do that. And you really have to be passionate about the sport. So we don't really have any data on her, but it looks like she's cruising. She's got a lot of power behind that push there. So we'll see.
Yeah, looking at Jordan Falcone's bio, bottom right, she found the ergometer at CrossFit 6 years ago, and she's broken a bunch of American records on the erg. So you can see why 145 pace here with a minute and a half to go is an amazing pace. Would put her in the results for a lot of the men's events that we've already had.
I was just going to say, really, really impressive here. It looks like she has a little audience in her gym. a coach, maybe somebody else there in the gym kind of cheering her on a little bit. But man, she is really going for it. But not far off too, Morgan McGrath here, rate 29 at a 146. Rate 24 for Anna up there in the corner. Looks like she's bringing the splits back down again a little bit, 219, 220, fairly low on the rate there compared to some of these other women, but still going for it.
Yeah, here we go into the last minute. So you start to see a little bit more motion, a little bit quicker strokes, sometimes shorter strokes. They're really trying to put as much power into the end of this race as they can to get as many meters as possible. But these 6 women still going at it. It'll be very interesting to see how they finish. We're getting data on a few of them, so we sort of know where they stand. Look at these times from Morgan and Jordan. They're almost under 140. Just really, really fast, finishing up last 20 seconds, last few strokes.
I know. I really wish I could see Carolyn and Victoria's data here, because this is pretty tight, but it looks like everyone's really going for it.
Here we go. Last couple strokes. If they're getting it from the coxswain, you got to just finish the piece. Last few, put in as much effort as possible.
Rowers, fantastic job. Wow, what a race. That was very exciting. Next steps from here, I know you guys are tired, catch your breath. I am going to take each of you off mute, starting with Caroline, and I'll ask you guys for your meters. So we'll see where we all stacked up. Caroline DeLong, if you can go ahead and read me your meters.
1372.
1372, fantastic. Great job, Caroline. And Caroline is the only one in the Women's Masters A category, so congratulations on that one. Then we have Elizabeth McCann. Elizabeth participated in some of our demos, so congratulations. What are your meters?
1363.
1363. What a close race. Fantastic. Anna Liberowski, I'm going to go ahead to you if you could read me your meters.
1144.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
1144.
1144. Fantastic. All right, Jordan Falcone, if you can go ahead and read me your meters. Oh, I cannot hear Jordan right now, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Morgan. Awesome. Morgan wrote it down, 1432. Wow, what a tight race. Congratulations, Morgan. 1432 for Morgan. And Victoria Brown, I am coming to you. Go ahead.
1331.
1331. Fantastic. And it looks like Jordan is showing me her meters. Jordan, go ahead and stick that sign that you just had up there. 1445. Wow. 1445. Did you beat Anna by 1 meter? Am I understanding that correctly? That is fantastic. Awesome. Well, rowers, congratulations. Go ahead to the Regatta Central results tab on the 5-minute challenge. I'm going to update those within the next few minutes, so you'll see your live results. Otherwise, this was a really exciting race, and thank you guys for joining us. Have a good weekend. Good morning and welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Thank you guys so much for joining us today and congratulations on being the top 10 in the 10-minute challenge, moving on to the 5-minute challenge. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you will hear a beep for each of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. And at go, you'll see a big green button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to this Regatta Central Live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are currently watching you guys on live stream. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you can personally not hear them. Again, this is for the spectator experience. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, go ahead and wait at your erg. I will ask each of you to repeat your meters, read it back to me, and then I will record that down onto the Regatta Central platform. Afterwards, I'll say, competitors, please show me your screen. Everybody will go ahead and direct their video camera to their erg monitors and we will verify the results. Also, for whatever reason, if your monitor goes blank or if you detach from the Regatta Central Live platform, go ahead and keep rowing your 5-minute piece. After the race, you can just go ahead, attach a screenshot of your erg monitor and your meters rowed, and you can email me, sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org with that information. At this point in time, we are ready to go. I'm going to keep everyone on mute. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and we can address it as needed. But other than that, good luck and we will be starting on time today. Rowers, we have 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Rowers, we have 30 seconds to go. I'm going to go ahead and start your clock. We have 10 seconds to go.
All right, here we go. This is a women's masters C and D category combined race for our US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. And we almost have a full screen of rowers here again, Whitney. And we've got a combined event. So we have a little bit different age groups. C and D is so anywhere between 43 years of age and 54 years of age are these women. And they're going out strong, trying to get the wheels moving, and then they're going to maybe try to find a pace that's manageable for 5 minutes. Again, it's a 5-minute race, trying to get as many meters to register on the ergometer as possible.
And it looks like we have a pretty good mix of some athletic experience here and then a lot of newer rowers. And we don't have a lot of data, so we won't be able to keep track of kind of where everybody is here, how everybody's doing. We can only guess, but we have a pretty interesting mix of people here. It looks like Rory used to be a pro basketball player. I think that's what we're seeing here. Turned rower. That's an interesting sport change. Obviously, height being the key factor there. That's pretty interesting. Deb, let's see. We have Deb, who is not with us here. Melissa. I think we have Melissa here, who seems like she is new to rowing, and we can't really see too much what she's doing, nor do we have data. So we can really only guess kind of where everybody stands. So this is kind of a grab bag here.
Yeah, great screenshots, though. Melissa looks like she's outside. Looks like she's got a coxswain, maybe a sun there. She says she's new to rowing in the middle of the screen. And then Stephanie Henry, top left, she's the entry in our C category. And it looks like she might be in a home office or a living room. And that's been part of the excitement here is not only when we don't have a lot of data to sort of see how they shake out at the very end as we start to see where they come in with their meters, but also as you've talked about before, Whitney, seeing their setups, their home setups here mostly. In the last race, we saw a lot of gym setups. These seem to be mostly rowing from home, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like Rory Robertson. Is she in a kitchen, maybe? Not
Yeah, with
really
a really
sure
cool
there.
painting there on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. I was just looking at that right above her data there. It looks like she's at a 28 to 30 or so, hanging on to a 2-minute split, 2:01. Not too bad. She's pretty consistent there. That's about all the data we have, though.
Yeah, it is. So Melissa says that she is a born-again rower. She returned to rowing after a 30-year break. She rowed for Albany, University of Albany in college, and now she's back at it, rowing for Cortland Community Rowing Association. She's in Verplanck, New York, and it looks like maybe in a backyard, a back deck. Looks like we're seeing fall behind her. It looks like it's probably a pretty nice morning up there.
And 30 years, just a short break, right? I mean, rowing's kind of like riding a bike. So short 30-year break. Looks like she's right back at it. Kicking off the season with doing pretty well here in the final for this 5-minute challenge. So looks like she's picked it right back up.
Minute and a half left. So we're going to see maybe the bodies, the heads in our screens moving back and forth a little bit quicker as they start to approach the finish line. But it's going to be very interesting. We're still getting data from Rory. She's rowing about 2:02 pace, very consistent pace down there in the bottom left. But it'll be interesting to see how they all stack up when we end up seeing where they are. Kind of a surprise at the end of this, but everybody really pushing it here. 1 minute to go. So they rowed for 4 minutes, trying to now get as many meters under their belt as they can in the last minute.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to tell with this mix of older rowers coming back to rowing, some new rowers, but everyone definitely moving. So I'm going to be very curious to see who ends up with the most meters here, because this could be close.
Yeah, most of the races have been very close, and it has been sort of a nice surprise to see where they come in. I mean, we've had some races so far today that have been that have come down to a couple of meters, and we didn't know it until they showed the screens and read them off at the very end. So last 20 seconds for these women. This is the Masters CD race in the US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge as they finish up, and then we're going to figure out where they stack up against their competitors. but these women really showing it now. They're really pushing it in terms of pace. All right through the finish.
Rowers, fantastic job. Congratulations. I'm going to give you guys a few seconds to catch your breath. Fantastic work right there. And then I will go ahead to individually take you guys off mute and ask you to read me your meters. Stephanie Henry, you are first, so I apologize for catching you right after that piece, but if you can go ahead and read me your meters, that would be great.
1337.
1337. Awesome. Congratulations, Stephanie. Melissa Creighton, if you can go ahead and read me your meters.
1172.
1172. Fantastic work. Congratulations. We are over to Deborah Taylor. Deb, if you can read me your meters.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was having some comm issues.
It's okay.
And now
No,
I need to go back to my memory. I'm sorry.
You're totally fine. While you're doing that, I'm going to move on to Melissa, and then I'll come back to you, Deb.
Copy.
Oh, actually, it looks like Melissa is a little bit disconnected, but the great thing about the system is that we can go ahead and get those results via email, so those will be reported in a second. So Deborah, yep, go ahead and read it to me.
1243.
1243. Fantastic job. Deb, sorry, and wasn't able to connect. However, she did send me her meters, and that was 1264. So congratulations, Deb, if you're watching this.
Oh.
And now we're to Rory Robertson. Rory, go ahead and read me your meters.
Hi. 1272.
1272 for Rory. Fantastic. Rowers, congratulations. Go ahead to that Regatta Central results tab, and you're going to be able to see your meters along with everyone else's in the next few minutes. Other than that, congratulations. That was a fantastic race, and I hope you guys have a good weekend. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? The announcer? Can someone there help me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
All right, I'm at the 11:45 race. and I had just lost power at my house, so I will not be able to connect through the live platform, but I'm on my phone.
Jennifer, that is perfect. You are ready to go.
Okay, so you could be able to, oh, hi there.
Yep, hello. Yes, it's me. Yep, we're able to see you, and this is all we need right now.
Okay,
I'm going to actually go ahead and get our instructions started, and then if we have any more questions, I can address them immediately afterwards. But congratulations to all of you. Good morning for competing in the 10-minute challenge and now the 5-minute challenge of the Race Against the Clock presented by Captain U. We are extremely excited to have you guys. Right now, we are 5 minutes away from race time. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you will hear a beep for each of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you will see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please do make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer is not attached to this Regatta Central Live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are currently watching you guys live right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers speak, but it is okay if you cannot hear them. They are again telling our spectators a little bit about each of your backgrounds. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your erg. I will then ask each of you individually to repeat your meters to me. And then I will ask all of you competitors, please show me your screen, and everyone will direct their video camera to their erg monitor. If, again, for whatever reason, your video camera goes blank and you lose access to the Regatta Central Live platform, please do keep rowing. At the end of your 5-minute piece, you can send an email to me, sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org, with your completed meters and a picture of your screen for proof so we can ensure it gets recorded. At this point in time, I'm going to keep you all on mute. If you do have any last-second questions, go ahead and raise your hand. But other than that, we will go ahead and get started on time today. Thank you. Rowers, we are 1 minute away from starting. Rowers, we are 30 seconds away from starting. I'm going to go ahead and set your clock. Rowers, we are 10 seconds away from starting. Good luck.
All right, here they go, Whitney. This is the Women's Masters E through I combined event. And we've got 6 women on the screen kicking off their 5-minute pieces, trying to row as many meters as possible on these ergs. And we've got a ton of different home setups. I also enjoy seeing the few minutes before the race to see how everybody chooses to warm up. Everybody sort of has their own setup and their own philosophy, and that's always very interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we do have quite a variety of home setups here. Let's see. It looks like, yeah, some outside, some downstairs, a lot of basements, living rooms, kitchens, libraries, all sorts of settings that we've got here. Looks like Cece, we have a pretty interesting view. Again, another underneath the chain view. And I happen to know that Cece has been a longtime ambassador for JL. She's been a captain for a long time. She's extremely active in the rowing community. She rows up in Washington. I know she really, really trains hard. A lot of cross training, a lot of cycling, a lot of running. So I know I'm curious to know how Cece does up there. She's been working pretty hard training up there in the fog and the rain. So I'm sure she's used to some of this indoor rowing. Let's see what else we have down here. A little bit of data down here. Looks like Barbara Hogan down here at a 29.215, kind of cruising along there in a living room.
Yeah, Barbara's got an extensive history in rowing, and she actually, her bio says that she had both knees replaced this year, and so she's going through her rehab, and it's pretty impressive. It says she's logged like 3.5 million meters, and about 500,000 in March and April since she had those 2 knees replaced. So that's amazing that she's even competing already. And she's competing against these other 6 women here on the screen. Looks like Jennifer Tamburo. I think we had her partner Dan in an earlier race. The screen looks familiar to me, Whitney, up in the center top. And they're all still going here halfway through this 5-minute race. All 6 of these women on the screen really pushing hard.
Yeah, I think you're right there about Tamburo, Jennifer Tamburo there. That's pretty cool that they can have multiple people under the same roof competing today. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it looks like she's been erging for over 10 years. She finally got a chance to try sculling at Raleigh Rowing Center last year and absolutely loves it. Looks like she's also a Team JL ambassador here. So it looks like we have at least 2 Team JL people, which is pretty cool. So they may know each other there even. I'm not sure if they know each other are competing, but that could be kind of a fun rivalry there.
Yeah, all 6 of these women on the screen are located in different states, and that's what makes this platform so awesome. I'm standing here talking to you from Sarasota, Florida, and we've got women from, it looks like Jennifer Moffitt is from Canizovia, New York, and we've got Jennifer Tamburo in North Carolina, and we've got Cece in Washington State. We've got Kimberly Press in Green Bay, California. She rows for Marin. We've got Brenny Homs. Looks like she's from Wilmington, Delaware. And we have Barbara Hogan in Princeton. So all 6 women from different states pushing hard here, coming up on a minute to go in this 5-minute race.
Yeah, and Kimberly training with Marin up in Northern California here. I'm here in Southern California, and Marin is a very well-known masters and juniors team. So kind of like, Chinook and CRI and some of these other big masters teams that you hear about a lot. They have a very high concentration of very good athletes.
That they do. I've announced a lot of those USRowing Youth National Championships, and they're pretty much always in the medal hunt, especially in the 8s in the youth events. And they have a big presence at the Masters National and International regattas as well. So we're seeing data there. It's 32 strokes a minute to finish up for Barbara and Brenny, the 2 that are giving us erg data. It'll be very interesting to see how they all finish up here. Last 20 seconds of this Women's Masters E through I race at our USRowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U.
Yeah, down to the wire here without a lot of data. I'll be very curious to see how these women do. Kimberly, kind of a dark horse from Marin down there. We'll see.
Rowers, congratulations. Great job. I see some exhausted bodies there. Fantastic work. Next step, I am going to individually take you guys off mute and ask for your meters. So again, I apologize. You guys, I know are tired, but let's see where we stacked up. Jennifer Moffat, I'm going to start with you if you can read me your meters.
1,228.
1,228 for Jennifer Moffat. Thank you so much. Jennifer Tamburo, how about you? What were your meters?
1,217.
1,217. Wow, very close between the two Jennifers. Great job. Cece Aguda, I am next to you now. What were your meters? Oh, I can't quite hear Cece. Cece, I'm going to put you on mute and I'll come back to you in just 1 second. I am going to move down to Barbara Hogan right now. Barbara, what were your meters?
1,117.
1,117. Fantastic. Thank you, Barbara. Vrenny Holmes, how about you?
1,204.
1,204. Very close race amongst everyone. 1,204. Kimberly Press, I'm on to you. What were your meters?
1,189.
1,189 for Kimberly Press. Fantastic. Cece, I am coming back to you. Oh, perfect. I see 1,217 for Cece. 1,217. And I believe that is identical to Jennifer Tamburo. So a tie in that place. Fantastic. Rowers, congratulations. That was a fantastic race. From here, you guys are going to be able to see your results on the Regatta Central results tab on the 5-minute challenge page. So go ahead and check back there within the next few minutes. Still catch your breath. I know you guys put in a lot of work right then. For everyone watching, at this point in time, we have a short break. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay. Our next race will happen at 12:15. But rowers, congratulations again. Thank you for participating and have a great weekend. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge, everyone. Congratulations on finishing within the top 10 of the 10-minute challenge and now moving on to the 5-minute challenge of the race. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting your race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock. You will hear a beep for every single one of those seconds, and with 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you'll see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please do make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer is not attached to this Regatta Central Live system. You will see the countdown timer. Ooh, I had somebody off mute. I'm going to go correct that real quick. Thank you, guys. You will see a countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are currently watching you guys right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you cannot hear everything that they're saying because this is for the spectators as well. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your erg. I will then take each of you individually off mute and ask for you to report your meters back to me. And then I will ask everyone to go ahead and show me your screen, and you will show me your erg monitor from there. If for whatever reason the system goes blank or you disconnect from the Regatta Central Live platform, please still keep rowing. At the end of your 5-minute piece, you will then be able to email me your scores to sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org, and I will include those results on the Regatta Central page from there. At this point in time, I'm going to leave you guys on mute. If you have any last-second questions, feel free to raise your hand. But other than that, we are going to go ahead and get started on time today. Thank you. Sid, yes, go ahead, Sid.
So we're having trouble having the monitor hold on to the 5-minute setup. So I'm not sure, we keep setting it to 5 minutes and it goes blank.
That's totally fine. When I say we have 1 minute to go, just go ahead and set it right then, and then it won't time out in time. Right now, it's lasting too long. So yes, just go ahead, sit easy, stretch, do what you have to do. When I say we have 1 minute to go, that is when you'll set your monitors to 5 minutes. Thank you.
No.
Rowers, we have 1 minute to go, so you can go ahead and set your monitors now to 5 minutes. Rowers, we are 30 seconds to go. I'm going to go ahead and start your clocks. Rowers, we have 10 seconds to go. Good luck.
All right, here we go. First race of the afternoon. And it's the open men, under 23 men. And we have Sidley top left. He is an adaptive rower in the PR3 category. And maybe we could get those teammates from Baylor going in that. Looks like almost like a training football field there. We can get them going, but we've got everybody else into this 5-minute race. It's a 5-minute race to rack up as many meters as possible on the erg, Whitney.
Yeah, I was going to say this looks like a pretty strong start from Sid Lee over here, really going for it. And it looks like our Baylor guys have either just gotten the memo that we've started or just decided to pick it up here. But they are in a very interesting gym there. And it does look kind of like a football training center, doesn't it?
Well, football's big in Texas. So, but they are rowers and they're on those ergometers in that gym. I'm getting the data from Evan Falstrup of USC. He's the captain of the Southern California Rowing Club, and he's going very fast. Look at this, 132. I had him at like 130 for the first minute or so, and that's a very, very fast pace there for Evan Falstrup at the bottom of the screen in the center. And you see Sidley, we talked about him before, top left. He is a former cycling world champion, and I think you can see some of his memorabilia there on the wall, and he's sitting next to a bike there on the erg doing his 5-minute piece.
Yeah, keep that bike close. Looks like he knows how to cross train there and put in the miles. Former cycling world champion. Not too bad. Not too bad. So this guy knows a little thing or two about being uncomfortable. let's see. I'm trying to see what else we have here on some of these athletes. We actually don't have that much data for some of these guys. Evan Falstrup here, though, really going for it. Still at a 31 at a 133. Looks like he has somebody coaxing him through this.
Yeah, and he walked onto the USC team, and he's now the captain. So he's in his third year of collegiate rowing, and it's pretty awesome to see people walk onto clubs and really hold their own and find their way in rowing, and that's what Evan's doing. Next to him on the screen, John Mortimer. He is a longtime rower. He rowed for 4 years at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he's a member of the Concept 2 Million Meter Club. His bio says he's raced over 100 times, so a lot of experience for John Mortimer there, bottom left. We're not getting data on him, but his stroke looks very controlled, and he's going after it as we pass the halfway point in this 5-minute piece. It's going to be very interesting to see where they all stack up once we get to the end, and how the paces might change as we get closer to the end as well.
Yeah, absolutely. With very little data, but with guys like John Mortimer and Evan Falstrup, with all this collegiate experience too, could be a pretty tight race. But then you have Sid Lee up there, who clearly knows a thing or two about training. He looks pretty solid. Looks like he's been pretty consistent through this whole thing. And then the unknown football rowers up here in Texas, we'll kind of see how they do. They look like some pretty strong guys. So, but without data, I mean, it's really anybody's game here.
Yeah, and it looks like all three of those Baylor gentlemen are next to each other in that gym, and it looks like there's some coaches, some spectators, maybe some teammates and friends pushing them along. So they're kind of racing against each other. So a little bit different than what we've seen in some of these races so far today, where we have competitors basically in their homes all over the country, which we do have some of, but we've got three teammates next to each other at the top of the screen on the right. I see a drum kit behind John Mortimer, so maybe he also plays the drums in his spare time, as we've got a minute to go in this 5-minute piece. Again, it's the men's open category, the PR3 adaptive, and the under 23s all together.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you think about having that kind of advantage, rowing next to two of your teammates versus doing it alone in your garage?
Yeah, well, I mean, you and I are I mean, you still Cox. I've been out of the game for a while, but it's definitely it's a different animal. I mean, you know, some athletes really respond to having people next to them, and maybe they'll catch a glance every once in a while at what their teammate is doing. And some people respond to coxing. And it looks like Evan is still really pushing it there. His data is still, he's like 130 with that coxing job that he's getting. So I think it varies by athlete, but it could be an advantage. All right, as they finish up, we'll get to see where they all stand.
Rowers, great job. Wow, that was a very exciting race. Rowers, now I'm going to give you a minute to catch your breath, and then I'm going to ask each of you individually. I'll take you off mute, and if you can read me your meters. Oh, it actually looks like some of our Alvin, Austin, Robert are still going, so I am going to wait for them to finish just for a little bit longer.
Come on, Rocky! Score! Come on, Rocky! Let's go!
Fantastic job. Could hear that erg a little bit too, which is great. So rowers, Sid Lee, I'm going to start with you. If you can go ahead, you're off mute. If you can read me your meters, please.
Okay, tell them how many meters you did, Sid. Loud.
1345.
Say 1,
1325. Did I hear that right?
1345.
1345. Fantastic. Got it. 1345. Thank you. Now I'm going to go to Evan Falstrup. Evan, go ahead and read me your meters.
1613.
1613. Wow, congratulations, Evan. That may be one of our farthest so far. Robert Ritter, go ahead and read me your meters, please.
1334.
1334. Fantastic job. And I heard some teammates cheering you on at the end. That was great. Alvin, go ahead and read me your meters, please.
1384.
1384. Fantastic. And now I'm slowly getting over to Austin. Hold on. Go ahead, Austin.
1445.
14:45. Fantastic. All right, guys, congratulations. Kevin wasn't able to join us. Actually, let me check if John, if you can hear me, if you can read back your meters. I can't get them off mute, actually. That's okay. That's the great thing about this system is people are going to be completing their 5-minute challenge on their own as well. So I will record those meters as they come into my email. Other than that, you guys did a fantastic job. Go ahead and check the results tab on the Regatta Central 5-minute page, and you'll be able to see where you stack up against everyone. Other than that, thank you guys and have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Test, test.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So you can hear me now. Awesome. Great. Well, let me go ahead and go through that one more time, guys. I know both of you just probably heard some of your teammates, but I'm going to go over it just in case. But we are currently 5 minutes out from race time. With 1 minute to go, I'm going to announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you will hear a beep for each one of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. And at go, you'll see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes for the challenge. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to the Regatta Central Live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are watching you guys right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event and talking about your bios, but it is okay if you cannot hear them. This is for the spectator experience. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your ergs, and then I will ask you both individually what your meters rode was, and then I will ask you guys to show me your screens. If for whatever reason you do disconnect from the Regatta Central Live platform, please do keep rowing and then go ahead and send me a screenshot of your erg monitor and meters rode at the end of this to sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org. At this point in time, I'm going to keep you both off mute. If you have a question, go ahead and raise your hand for me. But other than that, we will get started we'll probably run about 1 minute over time or 1 minute late today because we couldn't hear me previously, but then just go ahead and get started. Thank you both. I know you guys are sitting right next to each other, so this is going to be an interesting experience than some of the other competitors got, but I will start right now. We are 1 minute out from race time. We are 30 seconds out. I'm going to go ahead and start your clock. We are 10 seconds out. Rowers, good luck.
All right, green means go. Virtual race here. Women's open single at the US Rowing Race Against Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. And we've got a grudge match of teammates here, Whitney, sitting next to each other on this AstroTurf in these ergs. We'll see if we catch peaks back and forth. It's funny that Rachel's on the right and Antoinette's on the left. I think that they're swapped in real life based upon where the coaches are standing and teammates behind them. But here they go, 30 seconds in. And we're not getting data, so it's going to be a surprise at the end of this one. But teammates going at it.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a decent amount of teammates behind them too. So a lot of support in this gym for these men and women who are coming from Baylor. So pretty good showing from Baylor.
Yeah, without question. I mean, obviously being on the water in team boats is presenting a challenge for rowers all over the world right now. And it's great to see that they're getting a race under their belts, a competitive race that is streaming live on YouTube for anyone around the world that wants to watch it and listen to me and you, Whitney, watch these women row this 5-minute piece, trying to log as many meters as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And it certainly looks like they're going for it. Again, we can really only guess here, but they look pretty consistent, pretty calm, cool, and collected. They don't even look like they're breathing that hard.
Yeah, and it looks like they're rowing essentially the same pace, almost as if they were in a pair or a double together. I mean, they're right next to each other, but you can see the catches are occurring at about the same time. Same with the release. So it's back and forth, and it may come down to really who is just putting more power on the wheel and pulling that handle just a little bit harder than the other one. As we approach 2 minutes in and 3 minutes to go, we'll see what happens in the second half of this thing. But you're right. We kind of get face shots here, and it almost looks like it's easy for these women so far.
Absolutely. They are making this look easy. And it looks like we have a lot of friends kind of gathering behind them. So last 2 minutes, 45 seconds or so. Who knows? This probably feels like nothing to them. But it looks like we're getting quite a crowd behind them, kind of starting to cheer them on a little bit. And I'll be really curious to see where this one goes. It's kind of fun, dual style.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the kind of racing that occurs quite often in college rowing is side-by-side dual races, sometimes maybe 3 boats on a weekend before they get to the end of the year championships for divisions and for the national championships. It's often just 2 boats. It's a varsity boat next to a varsity boat. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here, except we're seeing 2 teammates. Coming up on 2 minutes to go, we got Antoinette and we got Rachel on your screen. From Baylor in Waco, Texas, in this gym, pushing hard on the erg.
It looks like we have people kind of starting to crouch down next to them a little bit, get some pictures here. Maybe a little bit of coxing, kind of getting in their ear over their shoulder a little bit, starting to push in the last minute and a half here. So we'll see. They still look pretty calm, cool, and collected. I don't know if I just saw a little smile there from Rachel, but I don't know. This could be close.
Yeah, hopefully they can't hear us and they're focusing on their screens and focusing on the teammates that are coxing and pushing them along. I think I see some of the male teammates that were rowing in the previous event behind them. So everybody's getting into the mix here for this Baylor crew team as they approach a minute to go. We'll see how many meters they can log.
Absolutely. Last minute. And I know a lot of these teams are really trained to ramp it up quite a bit. I know they're used to big boat rowing, so they're probably going to try to ramp it up and see if they can take each other out a little bit. This should be pretty exciting here. Last 45 seconds. I have a feeling some of those people behind them are probably shouting pretty loud. I can only imagine.
Yeah, and you're next to one person, you know that you're racing that person, you start to see them kind of push the pace, then you start pushing the pace yourself. Sometimes it's always amazing to me when we have 2 boat races that 2 boats could be so close all the way down a race course, but part of it is simply feeling the speed of the other boat or the other person and kind of matching it, even if you're doing it sort of unconsciously through the side of your eye. Knowing that other person is pushing hard. So last 10 seconds here, as these women finish up, we're going to figure out how they stack up against one another. Their teammates are going to know before we are. But here we go, last couple strokes.
Congratulations, both of you. So I know your teammates can all see it, but we are curious about your results now. So I'm going to go ahead and take you one at a time off mute and then ask you for your results. So Antoinette, why don't you go ahead and get started? What meters did you row?
12:36.
12:36 for Antoinette. Awesome. And hold on 1 second, Rachel. I am coming over to you. Rachel, how about you?
12:60.
12:60. Very close. Very close. And congratulations to your whole team. I love the support amongst within your team, and it looks like there's somebody else competing behind you guys. But congratulations. You can go ahead and look at the Regatta Central results tab on the 5-minute challenge page. I'm going to be posting that for both the men who just raced beforehand and you 2 women who just raced now. Other than that, congratulations, and I hope you guys have a good weekend. Good morning and welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Congratulations on finishing top 10 within the 10-minute challenge and welcome to the 5-minute challenge today. I'm going to go over a few notes before we go ahead and get started. We're currently 5 minutes out from the starting of the race. With 1 minute to go, I'll announce we have 1 minute to go, and with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you'll hear a beep for each one of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. And at go, you'll see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I do state that we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer is not attached to this Regatta Central live platform. You'll see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are watching the live stream and watching you guys right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you cannot hear them. This is again for the spectator experience so they can learn about each of you. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your erg and I will take each of you off mute and ask you guys to report your meters to me. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank or you disconnect from the Regatta Central live platform, please keep rowing. If this does happen at the end of your 5-minute piece, go ahead and send me a screenshot of your erg monitor and your meters rowed, and I will make sure that gets recorded. At this point in time, we are going to go ahead and get ready. I'm putting everyone on mute right now. If you have any last-minute questions, go ahead and raise your hand. But other than that, we will get started on time at 12:45 for your race. Good luck. Rowers, we're not getting started quite yet, but Alex, Garen, and Gian Lorenzo, if you have the ability to move your cameras so we get a little bit better look at you guys, great. If not, that's totally fine. There we go. I see you, Gian Lorenzo, a little bit more. We just want to give the spectators the best view as possible. Garen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm not Garen, I'm Goldia, the coach. But we have Cooper can't log in. He's trying to log in and the code won't work, but we can show his screen at the end.
Perfect. That would be more than sufficient. Thank you. And Alex, that is a perfect view too. You guys are all set. Thank you guys.
And we're going to have someone walking around with one of the cameras so that it looks better.
Fantastic. Our spectators, thank you. All right, we are 1 minute away from race time.
Me, maybe.
Is it doing something like a picture or something? Why don't you set your timer?
Oh, it does look like it's working better for you.
We are 30 seconds away from race time. I'm going to go ahead and start the clock. 10 seconds away.
All right, here we go. This is the men's under 19 categories. Everybody under 19 in the event, and Liam Smith is a PR3 rower in the top left corner, and they're all racing against each other. You see all these teammates out in a field somewhere near Philadelphia. They all row for Conestoga, which has a very storied history in youth rowing. And they're off, Whitney, in this race. Almost a full screen of competitors in this one.
I know, this is pretty exciting. Also a pretty good category. And again, we really don't have that much data to go off of. So it does look like it could be anybody's game here. And it's kind of cool to see a whole flight going at the same time. So this could be pretty good. This could be a good race.
Yeah, a minute in, we are getting some data from Paul Stone, bottom right. Paul attends the Hill School. And it looks like he's in an old historic looking gym there. Pretty cool spot for him. And he's going very fast. 1:35 is his split time right now on that erg in the bottom right. And just to the left of him in the screen is a Los Gatos rower out of Northern California, a team that has a lot of history at Southwest Regionals and at the USRowing Youth National Championship. So Julian Doblo there is on an erg, looks like next to a trailer full of boats.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of nice they get to do it outside too, for the most part. Kind of a change of scenery there. Looks like we have a couple people inside, but outside, that's kind of nice. What a nice place to do a 5-minute piece. Not too bad.
Yeah, it looks like Liam is showing us fall in the top left. Looks like he's maybe in his backyard. Maybe I see a little corner of a pool there that's maybe not covered yet. So maybe they're still getting decent weather where Liam is. And we've got these teammates in the center of the screen. All these gentlemen outside on the ergs. It looks like in a big grassy park, all from Conestoga. And I think Cooper is in the race. The coach told us he just doesn't have the camera on. So they're all racing against each other. You can see that line on Garen's feed there of Conestoga rowers pushing it.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Julian Doblo, forgive me, based out of Santa Cruz. So he's a little bit more local to me out here in California, raced at the Charles the last year and won the Fault Line Classic, Fault Line Face-Off, rather, right before lockdown in the quad. So that's a local race out here. So looks like we have a little bit of West Coast representation. So that's pretty good. Get a little bit of the West Coast here. We have a lot of East Coasters, and I guess just a couple competitors overall from Washington and California, but a lot of East Coast.
Yeah, Aiden Kiley, middle of the screen, bottom. He rows for Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. They have a pretty long history in some of those East Coast races. On the Schuylkill and the Scholastic National Championships. Looks like he's maybe in his house. But I think this one's going to end up shaping up to be a pretty close race when we end up figuring out where they all shape up and how many meters they rode over these 5 minutes. You got a minute and a half left. You've got these Conestoga teammates still pushing it. They're kind of all rowing at a similar pace, it looks like, when we get that screen, and it's a pretty high pace. So they're really trying to push themselves and trying to beat their teammates out in that field.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, the only data we have here from Paul Stone as well is pretty good coming into the last minute. We'll see if he takes it up a little bit, but it looks like he's at a 30 at a 1:35. I mean, he's cranking over there.
That he is, and he looks like he's got a coach there, maybe pushing him along, giving him some encouragement, knowing that it's 1 minute to go. We'll start to see maybe the pace go up from Paul Stone. We've got him at 30 strokes a minute. But he's held his split time very consistent throughout. It's been right around 1:35 throughout this piece, which is going to be one of the fastest 5-minute pieces we've seen the entire day across all the events.
Yeah, and it looks like ever so slowly it's starting to creep up a little bit. So it looks like, yeah, he's at a 33 now. He's starting to bring it up a little bit. 1:33, 1:32. Whew.
Yeah, really pressing. Last 20 seconds for these 9 athletes, and those teammates like I said, out in the field, they're getting pushed. They've got some coxswains. They've got some spectators of their own. It'll be really interesting to see who comes out on top from those Conestoga rowers. Liam still pushing it there, top left. Beautiful picture there. I'd like to be in his backyard.
No kidding.
Rowers, congratulations. That was fantastic. I know you guys are tired. Go ahead and catch your breath for a second. I'm then going to ask each of you, I'll take you off mute to report your meters. Liam, we are going to go ahead and start with you. What were your meters rowed?
1228.
1228. Liam, fantastic job. Thank you so much. Dennis Core, I'm up with you. What were your meters rowed?
1536.
1536 for Dennis. Alex McLaughlin, how about you? What were your meters rowed?
1484.
I think I heard 1484. Can you give me a thumbs up if that's correct?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Garen Morrison, what were your meters rowed?
1398.
1398 for Garrison. Awesome. Garen, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then, Garen, I am still keeping you off mute. I don't see Cooper, but if Cooper is there, I know he's your teammate. Could you ask Cooper?
1403.
1403 for Cooper. Fantastic. Teamwork makes the dream work. Good work, guys. Kevin, it looks like Kevin was doing that on his own because maybe he couldn't connect, which is totally fine. Gian Lorenzo, I am next with you if you can read me your meters.
1431.
1431. Great job.
Yes.
Thank you. Aiden Keeley, I am up with you next. If you could read me your meters.
1451.
1451 for Aiden. Fantastic. Julian, you are next. What were your meters rowed?
1533.
1533. Fantastic. Good work there, Julian. And last but definitely not least, Paul Stone. What was your meters rowed?
1578.
1578. Fantastic. Great job. Rowers, congratulations. That was a very exciting race. So thank you for participating with us. You can go ahead and check your results in the next few minutes on the results tab of the Regatta Central platform. But other than that, congratulations. And I hope you guys have a good weekend. Good morning or good afternoon at this point, and welcome to the Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Congratulations on finishing top 10 within the 10-minute challenge, and congratulations for moving forward to the 5-minute challenge today. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you will hear a beep for each one of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time, and you will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. You will see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you'll start your 5-minute piece. When I do state now we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set for 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to this Regatta Central live platform. You will see a countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are watching the live stream right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event and talking about your specific athlete bios, but it is okay if you cannot personally hear them. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your erg. I will then ask each of you individually to report your meters to me, and I will have them recorded. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank and you lose access to the Regatta Central live platform, please keep rowing. At the end of the 5-minute piece, you'll be able to send me an email with the screenshot of your erg and the meters rowed to sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org. At this point in time, I'm going to keep everyone muted. If you have a quick question, please raise your hand. Other than that, we will be starting on time today. Thank you and good luck to all of you. Rowers, we have 1 minute to go. Rowers, we have 30 seconds to go, and I'm going to start your clock. We have 10 seconds to go. Rowers, good luck.
All right, here we go. Women's under 19 event of our US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. And it looks like we have some sets of teammates here. Whitney in this one, and a rower from Row LA in the bottom left, Eliana Goldstein. You would probably know better than me, but I think they row out of Marina Aquatic Center. So they may be in tents over near the boathouse. You can see all those boats in the background. So probably, wanting to be in boats, but also here in this event competing against other under 19 women. We've got 4 rowers from the Hill School at the top of the screen, and we have 3 rowers from Conestoga bottom right.
Yeah, you were absolutely right about Marina Aquatic Center. The Row LA has been a pretty cool program, getting a lot of kids involved in the LA area into rowing. So they've done a lot of really great things for the community out there and gotten a lot of people involved in rowing that maybe wouldn't have an opportunity to, or just never considered it, really. So it's been really neat to see them out there. They practice in the same area as Marina Aquatic Center, the actual junior team, UCLA and Loyola Marymount. So there are quite a few teams out there that share some pretty beautiful water. So nice place to row.
Yeah, it's a cool place with that canal on the side that's kind of like a race course. I've been out there before, but this gym at the Hill School also looks pretty historic. Looks like an old, beautiful gym, the kind that you sort of imagine would be at a place like the Hill School. And we've got 4 teammates that appear to be next to each other in that gym, sort of racing against each other and racing against the clock. 5-minute pieces, trying to get as many meters as they can capture in the 5 minutes. And we're getting a little bit of data from a couple of the women in the Hill School. Looks like Melody Chen on the top left. She is a little bit faster pace, both in terms of strokes per minute and how much she's spinning that wheel than her teammate Camille Beating, who is in the center right. And then you see at the bottom right, we're seeing the Conestoga women. That sort of, I think, is the camera that's showing us those 3 women that are on the ergs out in that field as their male counterparts were in the last event. And we're maybe hearing them a little bit, but everybody's still going after it. They're hitting the halfway point. So, as if anybody who is watching has ever rowed, you're on adrenaline for the first minute or 2, and then it starts to really physically start to catch up with you, starts to hurt a little bit. And that's kind of what these women are dealing with now as they come through the halfway point of this race. And then they'll probably get a jolt again, especially from their teammates and coaches around them when they get to about a minute to go. But we've got 2 minutes left in our 5-minute piece.
Yeah, and it's cool too. It looks like Natalie down there is also a dedicated member of the marching band. I wonder what instrument she plays there. I bet that actually helps her strangely with breath control here on the erg too. I know playing a sport and playing an instrument in a marching band can actually be quite beneficial to each other. Plus being on your feet a lot. But that's kind of an interesting fun fact about Natalie down there.
Yeah, and her teammate Savannah is the captain of the women's team. And then Rachel has returned after a long back injury, and she's back to rowing. So these 3 teammates out in a field on what looks like a nice day before it starts to get really cold there outside of Philadelphia. Got a minute to go. You're seeing the coaches, Hill School coaches, and other people sort of coaxing the women through this last minute, letting them know now's the time to put it all out there on the erg. Leave it there.
Yeah, it definitely looks like these coaches are getting pretty excited too. I wonder how many other teammates they kind of have standing around, maybe in front of them. We see a few behind there, but yeah, you're really right. That school looks really beautiful, pretty historic there. It's kind of a neat place to erg. So, and it looks like we may have maybe some sweep rowers too. Cassidy there, a little bit crooked on the erg. Yeah, I wonder what side she rows there. Looks like she's got a little bit of a lean. Last 14 seconds.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Conestoga rowers generally they do a lot of sculling more so than a lot of other youth programs. So maybe they're sort of showing that they're a little bit more level on the erg for that reason.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And
Fantastic.
There we go. There we have it.
Yes, rowers, congratulations. That was great. I know you guys are breathing heavy right now. And it looks like we may have Eliana. Oh, there we go. Eliana was just kind of cooling down for a second. Cool. So now I'm going to take each of you off mute and I'm going to ask you guys to report your meters rowed for me. So we're going to start with Melody Chen up in the left-hand corner from the Hill School. Melody, if you can read me your meters.
I was 1,292.
1,292 for Melody. Fantastic job, Melody. That's awesome. Now we're going to go to Cassidy Beating. I think we have some sisters here, but Cassidy, I'm with you next.
What do I say? Right now? 1,261.
1,261 for Cassidy Beating. Awesome job. Camille, I'm up with you next. So Camille, if you can read me your meters. Say that one more time for me. 1,225. Can you give me a thumbs up if that's right? 45. 1,245 for Camille. Fantastic. And then I cannot see Raina, but if somebody from the Hill School can go ahead and read me Raina's time, that would be great. I cannot hear Raina currently. Awesome. We will come back to Raina and see if we can hear her in a second. I'm going to go to Natalie Morgesine. Natalie, if you can read me your meters.
Natalie. Yeah. So what do your meters? Oh, shoot. Yeah, show off.
Looks like we're going to ERG data right now.
1146. 1146.
1146 for Natalie. Fantastic job. And then Savannah Yakovani, if you are there, if you could read me your meters. I cannot hear Savannah, but that's okay. I'll come back to her. Rachel Fartois, if you can read me your meters.
1,306.
1,306. Fantastic. And is Savannah next to you by chance?
Yeah.
Can you ask Savannah to read me your meters, please?
1,313.
1,313 for Savannah. Awesome job. And last but not least, we have Eliana Goldstein. Eliana, what did you row?
1,274.
1,274. Awesome job, Eliana. And then I still have Raina. So if someone, right now I'm on Cassidy's screen. If someone can read me Raina's time, that would be great.
1,214.
1,214 for Raina. Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Well, congratulations, guys. Go ahead to the Regatta Central Results tab. In just a few minutes, that will be updated from there. But other than that, congratulations. That was a great race, and we will see you soon. Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. Congratulations on finishing within the top 10 of the 10-minute challenge, and congratulations for being here today for the 5-minute challenge with US Rowing. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock, and you will hear a beep for each of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you'll see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please do make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer is not attached to this Regatta Central live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are watching the live stream. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you cannot hear them. They are talking about your athlete bio for the spectators joining us. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your erg. You will then be asked by me to individually read your meters rowed so I can record them in the results tab. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank, please keep rowing. Once you complete that 5-minute challenge, if your computer does go blank, then you can just send me a screenshot of the erg screen on there and your meters rowed. Other than that, I'm going to keep everyone on mute. If you have any questions, last-minute questions, feel free to raise your hand and we can adjust them as necessary. But other than that, we will be starting on time at 1:15. Good luck, rowers. Rowers, we have 1 minute to go. Rowers, we have 30 seconds to go. I'm going to go ahead and start our clock. Rowers, we have 10 seconds to go. Good luck.
All right, here we go. We have some teammates, but we have a lot of full screen here of under 17 men's rowers for our US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. And we've got some data available that we'll talk about as we go. Not a lot of it, but we have 9 rowers here in this event, all under 17 men's athletes, so high school rowers And it looks like we've got 3 teammates from Los Gatos. We have Oliver Powell, Lucas Bourgeois, and Ethan Stubbs. They're all sort of in the center of the screen. The beautiful blue sky behind them in Northern California today. Looks like they're just outside of their boathouse. We have Matthew Marks from Bedford Crew, Bedford, New Hampshire, and he's showing us, there's a view of Matthew. He's showing us some data, and he's going very fast. His split time under 135 right now for Matthew Marks. And then we've got Theodore McLaughlin from Shrewsbury High School near Boston, up in the top right, wearing a Celtic shirt. Looks like he might be in maybe a garage. Don't have data on him. And then bottom left, we have another Conestoga rower out in that beautiful field outside of Philadelphia on a nice afternoon. That's John Borowski. And you can see him there, that view sort of underneath him with the coach in the background. They're all getting a good workout there at Conestoga this afternoon. And then next to him in the screen, you have Danny Kiley. I think we saw his brother earlier on the same erg in the same room. And Danny is a Bethesda Chevy Chase High School rower outside of DC in Bethesda, Maryland. And then at the top left, we've got 2 teammates. We've got Jace White from the Hill School. And next to him on the screen, we don't have video, but we do have data for his teammate Carver Fulmer. So those 2 are probably right next to each other, or at least in the same room. I do see an erg sort of on the other side of that old gym, if you look at Jace's screen there. So approaching the halfway point in this under 17 5-minute challenge. It's 5 minutes on the erg clock to push out as many meters as you can. We're seeing really pretty high stroke ratings from a couple of these Los Gatos rowers, Ethan Stubbs and Lucas Bourgeois. I think they're sitting next to each other there. Maybe they're pushing each other. Oliver Powell as well. Pretty high stroke rating. Still a very, very brisk pace at 136 now, with coming up on 2 minutes to go for Matthew Marks in New Hampshire. With that old oar on the wall. Maybe that's a boathouse or an erg room for his club, with some pictures of rowers in the background. And Jace White also going very, very strong, sub 140 or right at 140 pace for 500 meters up at the top left from the Hill School in that aforementioned old beautiful gym. And you see a picture there of Lucas Bourgeois, and you see some of those Northern California, just beautiful white clouds. You see a couple teammates there rowing in this under 17 men's race. So coming up on a minute and a half to go, this is where it's starting to physically hurt a little bit, certainly more than the first minute or 2 where they kind of were carried through with adrenaline. So we'll see what happens as they finish up. Seeing some grimaces on some faces and seeing the pace start to increase. Really, these 3 Los Gatos rowers going at one another, high pace rowing. As Whitney, you're there. We're coming up on a minute left. We got 9 rowers in this under 17 category, all pushing hard.
I know. I'm sorry for those technical difficulties there. I couldn't get in, but coming in for the last minute here, I've heard nothing but exciting chat about this race. So I'm really excited to see how this one ends.
Yeah, so am I. And we're, again, not getting a ton of data. So it's going to come down to what we hear from the rowers. That really brisk pace by Matthew Marks, trying to hang on to it. He was sub 135 or right at 135, and now he's starting to push it again at 36 strokes a minute. He's really, really having a nice race there in the top right. 30 seconds to go, 9 rowers, and we'll see how they shake out against one another. They're all 15 or 16 years of age, are all these men.
Yeah, it looks like Jace White here, 31 at a 136, 137 maybe. I mean, these guys, this is a fun category. These guys really go for it too. They've got something to prove. So it's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, last couple seconds, last few strokes, trying to keep the wheel moving and get as many meters as they can right at the end, squeezing it out. And we'll see how it stands, but some really fast rowing, man, on some of that data that we're seeing.
Congratulations, rowers. That was an impressive showing from the men's U17 race. I'm going to do the same thing. I think some of your other teammates have already gone through it, but I'm going to unmute each of you individually, and then please report your meters to me. John Borowski, I'm going to start with you.
1467.
1467. Fantastic. Danny Kiley, I'm going to move over to you if you can tell me your meters.
1,300.
Wait, so I said mine wrong.
1,300. Say that one more time, Danny.
1,339.
1,339. Fantastic, Danny. Thank you. John, go ahead. Repeat yours.
It's actually 1468.
1468. Every meter counts. I love it.
Yeah.
And then we're going to move over to Lucas Borgois. Lucas, what's your meters road?
Guys.
Lucas,
Sorry,
if you can read me your meters.
1,516.
1,516. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Good job. Ethan Stubbs, I'm moving over to you. What were your meters road? Oops. Hold on, Ethan. Oh, I muted you by accident. Ethan, go ahead one more time.
1,483.
1,483. That was definitely a common Zoom mistake right now. I think we're all facing as I accidentally muted you. Theodore, I'm a huge Celtics fan, so I love your shirt. But Theodore, go ahead and read me your meters.
1,439.
1,439. Tight race. Great job, Theodore. Matthew Marks, I'm on you. What are your meters road?
1,574.
1,574. Those are the meters to beat. Congratulations, Matthew. We are moving on to Oliver Powell from Los Gatos. Oliver, go ahead and read me your meters.
1,449.
1,449 meters. Very impressive. And then I'm going to go over to Jace White. Jace, if you can read me your meters.
1,520.
1,520. Fantastic. And Jace, I think Carver might be next to you. Could you read me Carver's meters as well?
1,425.
It's a big room over there.
Do you hear that?
1,425 for Carver. I did. Rowers, congratulations. I will update the results tab on the Regatta Central 5-Minute Challenge platform. Thank you for competing with US Rowing today, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Congratulations. Against the Clock Challenge. Congratulations on competing in the 10-minute portion of the challenge and finishing within the top 10. And congratulations for being with us here today for the 5-minute challenge. We are currently 5 minutes away from race time. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock, and you'll hear a beep for each one of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown ending with 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you will see a big green button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set for 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to the Regatta Central Live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are watching you guys right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it is okay if you do not personally hear them. Again, they're going to read your athlete bio to the spectators watching. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your erg, and I will take each of you off mute and ask you to report your meters to me. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank and you lose access to the Regatta Central Live platform, don't panic, just please keep rowing.
Hold on.
There you go. If at the end of the race you do lose access to your 5-minute piece, please just send me a screenshot. Muting some people. Hold on 1 second for me. Thank you. Please just send me a screenshot of your ergometer screen, and I will have that recorded in the Regatta Central results tab on the page. Other than that, I'm going to keep you guys on mute right now. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and we will address them as needed. Otherwise, we are going to get ready and we will start on time at 1:30. Thank you and good luck to each of you. Rowers, we are 1 minute out from race time. Rowers, we are 30 seconds out from race time. I'm going to go ahead and start your clock. Good luck. Rowers, we are 10 seconds out from race time.
All right, handles moving. Here we go. Women's under 17 event of our US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U. And we've got 9 screens here. Not a ton of data, but we have some bios that we'll go through. We've got some teammates, but we really have rowers from all over the country, especially in this one, Whitney.
Absolutely. This one's quite a mix, and it looks like some really interesting people too. Like rowing is not the only thing some of these women do. So I'll be very curious to see how this goes because these are some pretty well-rounded athletes.
Yeah, and they're really, the under 17 category tends to be the up and coming athletes for these respective youth rowing teams that they all row for. Let's kind of go through and tell you where they're sort of all from, starting with the top left. We have Emily Fairfield from the Hill School. She's in that old gym. We've seen a lot of her teammates in the other events, the under 19 events, both men and women. And so that was a good shot of her. Next to her on the screen is Madison Jorgensen from Miami International Row House. Speaks for itself where that is, Miami, Florida. Looks like she might be in a garage. And she's pushing it there on her erg. And then on the screen, keep going to the right here, we have a couple of rowers from St. Ursula Academy in Toledo, Ohio. That's Devin Lambert on the screen. And it looks like her teammate, Tegan McLaughlin, is up there on the far right. And it looks like they're in the same maybe basketball gym up there in Toledo, Ohio. In between them is Jordan Lake Rowing Club's Summer Merrill. And Jordan Lake is in Durham, North Carolina. So we've got the Carolinas represented. Bottom left, we have Pinecrest School's Laura Jones. Pinecrest is in Florida. I think the main campus is in Fort Lauderdale. And they've done a lot of great things in Florida high school rowing. Next to her is Sydney Huber. Looks like in that same Marina Aquatic Center setup under the tents out there in LA. And she's pushing hard. And next to her are three teammates from Conestoga out in that field outside of Philadelphia. That's Olivia Budike. And then next to her is her teammate Lauren Jordan. And you can see just that is a beautiful park. It makes me want to get out there and cox them or throw a frisbee around, Whitney. And then it looks like Leah Day may be there with them.
Yeah, it does. I know we really have quite a variety here too. And it looks like, who is it? Olivia also plays basketball too. So clearly there's some height advantages going on in those sports that she's playing. We can't really see too much. Looks like she's been pretty consistent though. No data on her. So that will be a surprise amount of meters at the end for us on Olivia. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, apparently she's also a straight A student, does speech and debate, Habitat for Humanities, Adopt a Grandparents Club. Is there anything this girl doesn't do? I'm not sure.
Yeah, same with Lauren. Lauren has quite the bio that they gave us. She's in the Aerospace Club. She's in the marching band. And she fell in love with the sport when she was rowing on the Schuylkill River, which is obviously a mecca for rowing in America that we've talked about in Philadelphia. And it's a beautiful place to row on a nice day like they're experiencing. Too bad they're on the erg.
Yeah, exactly. I know people are grateful to even be racing at all against anybody else, even if it is on the erg and virtually. It is pretty neat, though, that we see so many of these junior U17 athletes as really accomplished people. I know you see that a lot in rowing, where they're very well-rounded people, typically good students, just really, really accomplished people. So it's neat to see them all come out here and also just be incredible athletes.
So a little less than a minute left. You're going to start to see these women push it a little bit harder. Pace is going to go up as they try to finish off their piece. You see their teammates. You see some coaches. I see coaches Row LA pushing Sydney Huber along. We see Laura Jones. She's going 35 strokes a minute. Looks like in her living room in South Florida. We've got a coach behind Emily Fairfield of the Hill School. They're really all starting to push it here to try to finish up. Last 30 seconds. Get as many meters as they can.
Yeah, look at Laura Jones down here at a 152 at a 37. I mean, talk about a sprint. She's going for it.
Yeah, big time speed, really trying to finish it up, like taking a power 20 as high as she could go to finish off that piece. Laura Jones down there, bottom left. Here we go, last couple strokes, and then we're going to figure out how they shape up against one another in this under 17 women's race. That was a great race.
Congratulations, rowers. Very, very impressive race. I see some celebrating over at the Hill School with Emily. Emily, I'm going to start with you. If you can read me your meters, that would be great.
12:10.
12:10. Fantastic job. That's amazing. Madison, I am heading to you in Miami. What were your meters rode?
Unmuted it. Hold on.
I can hear you.
No, she's got to
1288. How do I flip it?
1288. Awesome. Thank you, Madison.
12:10.
Devin Lambert, I am with you. Could you read me your meters?
Yeah, 1194.
1194 for Devin. Devin, great job. That's fantastic. I'm moving over to Summer at Jordan Lake. Summer, go ahead and read me your meters.
1244.
1244 for Summer Merrill. It's great job, Summer. Then I'm going to head over to St. Ursula with Tegan. Tegan, go ahead and read me those meters.
1270.
1270. Ooh, wow, we're getting close in some of these. Thank you, Tegan. Then I'm going to head down to Lauren Jordan. Lauren, go ahead and read me your meters.
What? Read your meters.
Oh, 1200.
Say that one more time.
1200.
1200 on the dot. Perfect. Thank you, Lauren. We're going to go to Olivia on the same team. Go ahead, Olivia. Oh. Olivia, I can't hear you, but Lauren, could you tell me Olivia's meters?
1296.
1296. Thank you so much. 1296. It's great to have some teammates on the same call so we can work with each other. Sydney with Row LA. Sydney, what were your meters rode?
1335.
1335. That is the time to beat. Congratulations, Sydney. And last but certainly not least, we're going to Laura Jones with Pinecrest. Laura? Oh, Laura, I can't quite hear you. It sounds like your speaker might not be working, but yes, this is the benefit of it. My eyes aren't that fantastic. Can you zoom in just a little bit more for me? I see announcers. What do you see? Is that a 1301?
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you so much. 1301. Rowers, congratulations. Go ahead in just a few minutes. The results tab on the Regatta Central page for the 5-minute challenge will be up to date with your 5-minute results. Otherwise, thank you so much for joining US Rowing today. Congratulations on your competition, and I look forward to seeing you guys at the next virtual regatta. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, rowers. Congratulations on competing in the 5-minute challenge today as part of the Race Against the Clock challenge presented by Captain U. We are currently 5 minutes out from starting the race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock, and you will hear a beep for each one of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time, and you will continue to see the countdown ending in 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you will see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point in time, you will start your 5-minute piece. When I do state we have 1 minute to go, please make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer time is not attached to the Regatta Central Live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for the spectators who are watching you guys live right now. During the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event, but it's okay if you cannot personally hear them. They are just informing, again, our spectators of your athlete bios. Once you finish the 5-minute piece, please wait on your ergs, and I will take each of you off mute and ask you guys to report your meters to me. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank or you lose access to the Regatta Central Live platform, please do keep rowing. At the end of your 5-minute piece, if that does happen, you can send an email to sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org and with your completed meters and a screenshot of your erg monitor, and we will make sure those get recorded. At this point in time, I'm going to continue to keep you guys on mute. If you have any last-minute questions, go ahead and raise your hand and we will address them as needed. But other than that, we are going to be starting on time at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Good luck to you guys. Rowers, we are 1 minute out from starting. Go ahead and set your monitors. Rowers, we are 30 seconds out. I'm going to go ahead and start the clock. Rowers, we are 10 seconds out. Good luck.
All right, Whitney, we have a 3-athlete race here, a men's under 15 It looks like we have the twins, the Califano twins, Alex and Matt, on the left of the screen. And then we have Ronan Jones from Pinecrest on the right of the screen. And we just saw his sister in the previous event in the same room on the same erg. And these Califano twins have some pretty serious accolades here behind what they've done in indoor championships. So we'll see which one can prevail in that same room right next to each other.
Yeah, I was actually about to say the same thing, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I feel like this could also be a pretty good race. And honestly, what's better than two brothers sitting right next to each other racing? That's pretty exciting. And then, Dark Horse Ronan in another room over there at a 26 at a 150. Not bad, not bad. He's cruising. But I would love to know a little bit more about these brothers because they have, like you said, some really interesting accolades here and are some pretty accomplished guys.
They are. We don't have any indication. I mean, they're in an undisclosed location in the Northeast, in a room next to each other. But they finished first and second at this year's Crash Bees for the under 15s. So Matt actually beat Alex in that race. So maybe we can get Alex to turn the tides on Matt here. But they finished 1-2 in basically this same category, a different race. That's usually a 2,000 meter race. This is a 5-minute race. Trying to rack up as many meters as possible. And then you've got Ronan there in basically, it looks like the breakfast room in South Florida, trying to keep up with these two on the left.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing here that's pretty interesting is how accomplished these brothers are. But look at their form here on the erg. This is actually a little bit unusual. You have Alex over there, or I'm sorry, Matt over there, forgive me, who actually brings his elbows up pretty high and has a pretty narrow grip on the erg handle there. So that's a pretty interesting way to work the erg handle. You don't see that a lot, but clearly it's working for him.
Yeah, I mean, the results speak for themselves. I mean, there's so many, I can't even read them all off here of the bio, but we're approaching the halfway point for these three rowers, and we'll see where they shake out at the end. But this is, again, we've talked about it kind of when it starts to catch up with you physically. So we'll see if the rowing changes at all in terms of how it looks. But this is it for the last 2 minutes almost of this 5-minute race, trying to spin the wheels and see if they can come out on top in this US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Alex might be just inching up the rate just a little bit. The brothers look like they're pretty close together in rate there, but Alex might be a beat or two higher there. So I guess we'll really see. I mean, this one's a mystery to me.
Yeah, it's also kind of a mystery because it looks like both cameras are on one of the brothers. And based upon our screen, one's Matt, one's Alex. They also seem to be twins, so I'm not entirely sure which one is which. And you occasionally see on the middle screen, you see the orange shirt of one of the two brothers who is not really in the camera a whole lot. So the other one is kind of taking up both cameras. Then you occasionally see the other one come into view. So we're coming up on a minute left, and we still got Ronan hanging in tough over there, rowing 27, 28 strokes a minute at about a 154 pace. And we've got a minute left to see what we can do on these erg machines for these under 15 men.
Yeah, that's true. We do have a few more questions than answers and not a lot of data to go off of. Like you said, that camera angle. So, I mean, this is really anybody's game. For all we know, Ronan's running away with it. We have no idea.
Yeah, definitely. But what we do see is all three really throwing their backs into it, trying to finish off this piece strong. And we're seeing that also with Ronan's data. He's down now under 150. He was right around 155 for sort of the body of the piece. Now he's under 150. So he's showing a nice finish. On that right screen is Ronan Jones of Pinecrest. 25 seconds left. So last 8 or so strokes for all three of these gentlemen. And then we'll see where they end up when Sarah takes the meters.
Exactly. Yeah, and it looks like what we can only guess is Matt over there in the blue shirt, sort of in the center and the last bit. Shoulders still up, but going for it.
Yeah, last stroke to the end, and we'll see how the brothers shake out and how Ronan compares to the two brothers, the Crash B champions.
Congratulations, guys. That was fantastic. So we have two brothers here and Ronan. So I'm going to give you guys just a few seconds, keep you guys moving a few seconds to catch your breath, and then I'm going to ask you guys to read me your meters rode. So Ronan, I'm going to start with you. Can you go ahead and tell me how many meters you rode?
1344.
1344. Holy cow. Great job, Ronan. That's fantastic. Alex, I am on you. Alex, can you tell me how many meters you rode?
He did 1206.
Alex did 1206. Fantastic. And I think I could just keep you on the same screen.
Yeah.
How about Matt? Matt, how many meters did you row?
Matt was 1356.
1356. Wow, tough, close race at the end. So rowers, congratulations. That was the men's U15 race. You are the second to last race of the day, but thank you so much for joining us and participating in the Race Against the Clock Challenge and participating in the Greater USRowing Virtual Fall Challenge, which will end this November with the Road to Tokyo race. So I encourage all of you guys you did 5 minutes. Let's add on a few more and row 2K. So I hope to see you guys there. Other than that, congratulations again, and I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Good afternoon, girls. We're in the women's U15 race today. Congratulations on competing in the 10-minute challenge. Congratulations on moving on to the 5-minute challenge today. Lots of hard work that you guys put into this. So right now we are currently 5 minutes out from starting the 5-minute race. With 1 minute to go, I will announce we have 1 minute to go. And with 30 seconds to go, I will announce we are 30 seconds away from race time. At that moment, I will start a countdown clock and you'll hear a beep for each one of those 30 seconds. With 10 seconds to go, I will announce we are 10 seconds away from race time. You will continue to see the countdown with 3, 2, 1, go. At go, you'll see a big green go button and hear a loud beep. At that point, you'll start your 5-minute piece. When I state we have 1 minute to go, please do make sure that your ergs are set to 5 minutes. Please note that your ergometer is not attached to the Regatta Central live platform. You will see the countdown timer, but the timer is for spectators who are watching you guys right now. In addition to that, during the race, you may hear the announcers discussing the event and talking about your athlete bio, but it is okay if you personally cannot hear them. Once you finish the 5-minute race, please wait on your erg. I will then take each of you off mute individually and ask for you guys to share with us your meters completed in that 5-minute challenge. If for whatever reason your video camera does go blank and you lose access to the Regatta Central live platform, please keep rowing. At the end, if that does happen, go ahead and send me a screenshot, a picture of that erg monitor with your meters rowed, and send it to sarah.mcauliffe@usrowing.org, and we will be sure to include those results in the final result list. At this point in time, we still have a few more minutes, but I'm going to keep you guys on mute. If you have any questions, go ahead and raise your hand and I will address them as needed. But other than that, we will be starting on time at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time for the women's U15 race. Good luck, guys.
All right, it's going to be the last race of the day. We have 3 women on their ergs getting ready to go. And on the left, we have Tabitha Bame. And I recognize that room. I think her dad rode in one of the Masters events earlier. So, and she's only 10 years old, so that's awesome. She's getting into rowing. And then in the middle, we have Lydia Camel of St. Ursula Academy Crew in Toledo, Ohio, in that gym that we've seen. Some of her teammates have already rowed in other events. And then on the right, we have another teammate from another team that we've seen so far, Row LA's Emily Lopez. So it should be a good last race to end the day for our U.S. Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge presented by Captain U.
Awesome. We see some cheering. I see fans all around. Emily, you have quite the fan base behind you. But on that note, we have 1 minute to go before race day, race time. The women's U15 audience and competitors, you guys are probably the most timely group we've ever had. This is fantastic. On that note, we have 30 seconds to go, and I'm going to go ahead and start your clock. Teammates, friends, family in the back. This is the last race, so make sure you cheer them on hard. Give our spectators some excitement as well. We have 10 seconds to go. Good luck, racers.
All right, green means go. Last race of the day, the women's under 15 race. 5 minutes to glory, trying to row as many meters as possible. 3 competitors. What are you seeing here, Whitney?
A 10-year-old. Let's start there. That's unbelievable to me. I do remember her dad, erging a little bit earlier, but my gosh, a 10-year-old. And it looks like she has some pretty interesting things that she does as well. I'm sure we can get there, but another St. Ursula Academy crew woman down there, Lydia in the center. And Emily Lopez from Row LA is really going for it there as well. Looks like someone is erging next to her there, but she's got quite a crowd behind her, hopefully cheering her on through this last race. But man, this 10-year-old, what do you think?
Yeah, it's great. It says Tabitha is 10 and she's in the 5th grade. She's been swimming competitively since she was 5. She's a blue red belt in Taekwondo. She loves animals, enjoys math, reading, and board games. She's a great friend and fun to hang out with. And she's got a dog named Adventure and is excited about rowing on YouTube. Well, we're excited to announce you rowing on YouTube, Tabitha. And looks like she's really pushing hard over there on the left side. Also, really all 3 of these women pushing it very hard. Looks like Emily is going at a nice high pace for Row LA there on the right side. A minute and a half in to this 5-minute race.
Absolutely. Yeah, really, it looks like Emily is going for it. Like they've set up a nice area for them out there at Row LA to erg and really setting them up to do well out there, which is pretty cool. I know the weather's been pretty nice. It's not too far from where I am. So luckily, good erging weather, as we say. Lydia inside there has quite a crowd as well. Hopefully, about the halfway point or so, just a little over. Maybe we'll see them kind of start to step it up a little bit. Looks like everyone's pretty consistent here, though. Some pretty good paces.
Yeah, and it's going to be, with no erg data, it's going to be a surprise at the end for our last race here in terms of who finishes first, second, and third. But all 3 of these women really pushing hard. And in this under 15 event, I mean, these are the up and coming athletes in their programs. And everybody, I think, is enjoying, especially in the middle screen there, being on YouTube, being in the gym on a Saturday afternoon now, and streaming live, I guess, really all over the world are these 3 women finishing up our event, this US Rowing Race Against the Clock Challenge.
Absolutely. And it's really interesting to see the different approaches in some of these athletes too. Like if you look at Emily at her finish, she sits up a little bit more, maybe keeps the rate up a little bit higher. And then you have Lydia in the center here, who's really long. She's very long, very consistent, really a lot of follow through around the back end. And then Tabitha, man, Miss Thing over there, just going for it. I mean, she's sitting up, she's consistent, getting her hands over her knees. So, I mean, we have a lot of differences here, but I'm really curious to see how this turns out in the last minute and a half.
Yeah, all these women better than me. I wouldn't want to be on the erg doing this personally, but absolutely amazing effort that we're seeing here into the last minute and a half. We're going to start to see some probably coaching is going to start pushing these athletes along through to the finish of the 5-minute piece, trying to grab as many meters, keep that wheel spinning. And you're right in terms of the form; those were really good critiques of the different forms that you're seeing. And sometimes it's a reflection of how they might race or row on the water. Sometimes it's not. But really max effort, last minute to go here in our last race of the day, the women's under 15 race, and really starting to see the bodies move back and forth much quicker now, Whitney.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, clearly Emily just made a move here. She has absolutely stepped on those foot plates a little bit harder now. And you can also see Lydia as well. Look at that crowd behind her, really starting to clap a little bit, lean in a little bit closer, get in over her shoulder, last 30 seconds. And Tabitha here, we don't really know who's next to her or with her or if there's anybody there, but clearly she's motivated to finish this off right.
Yeah, competitive swimmer at 10 years old doing Taekwondo. She definitely knows how to exert herself from a physical standpoint, and it's really awesome. Last 10 seconds of our last race, and then we'll see how they finish in terms of meters, but another awesome race in the women's under 15 category.
Wow, what a way to end the day. Congratulations. That was fantastic to all of you. And we have a fan club over at Lydia's erg. That's fantastic. All right, guys, so now I am going to unmute each of you, and ask for your meters. Tabitha, I'm going to start with you if you can read me your meters, Road.
897.
897. Tabitha, that's amazing. Congratulations today. Lydia, I am moving over to you. Please tell me what your meters road were.
1157.
Lydia Road 1157. Awesome.
Ready?
And then, hold on one second. Last but certainly not least, I have, let me unmute you. Emily, what were your meters road?
1211.
1211. Emily, congratulations. You have won the women's under 15 challenge. Ooh, look at that. You hear that cheering. That is fantastic. Well, for you guys, I am going to update your results on the results tab of the USRowing's Race Against the Clock Challenge 5-minute portion of it in just a few minutes, so you can check back and see your results then. Other than that, congratulations to all of you. I want to take some time, since this is our last race, I want to thank a few people right now. Thank you to our sponsor, Captain U. They have been so supportive in supporting this event. Thank you, of course, to our wonderful announcers, Whitney Powell and David Wyant. You guys definitely made this virtual racing possible and more fun. So I think everyone's appreciative of having someone talk to them while they're erging in their basements or whatever it may be. So thank you both for that. Also, thank you to Regatta Central. This has been a really fun use of the live platform. How cool is it that we're at, like David mentioned at one point, we're at all different points of the country and world at this point, rowing together, seeing together, and I can talk to you guys, which has been really exciting. So thank you to Regatta Central for working with us and creating this event and taking our advice and suggestions on how we can make this event the best possible for you guys right here. On top of that, like I said, you can find the results on the Regatta Central results tab of this event. Other than that, that concludes our 5-minute challenge and our Race Against the Clock challenge. A lot of people will be going away with some medals. So competitors, I will be emailing you individually about those medal opportunities. Other than that, this event is part of our USRowing virtual fall. So many of you have probably seen, we have been participating in the USRowing virtual fall since September 1st, I want to say. 16 events have all been presented to you guys. 8 of them are regattas, 8 of them are extras, and we are encouraging you all to participate in at least 12 out of the 16 events, which you have done one today at least, which is fantastic. After competing in at least 12 out of the 16 or participating in at least 12 out of the 16, then you guys will have the opportunity to submit for a fantastic prize package afterwards. So that ends on November 16th. We have our final USRowing event coming up on November 14th and 15th as the Road to Tokyo 2K. And like I told another group over here, you guys just rode 5 minutes, so let's add a few more minutes on and we can road that 2K. Other than that, thank you to everyone again. Whitney, David, do you guys want to say any last parting words?
Thanks for letting me be here. It was really fun. David, awesome to commentate with you. Always nice to talk to other coxswains, and thanks to everyone watching and competing.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was amazing. It's really great to have this virtual platform and for people to be able to race and not even leave their home or their club or their bedroom, quite frankly, and still be able to race people all over the country. It's pretty convenient, to be honest.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again to competitors. We hope to see you at some of the future virtual fall events. And other than that, I hope everyone has a great weekend. Thank you.